Hello. I decided to pause playing my other save file because I don't want to know what happens before I stream. Because then I just want to keep going with the story. So I'm just going to be streaming more often, I guess. And I have the next couple days off, so I figured play this today. Because I'm waiting for news about something else going on. Let's watch TV. Ooh, Coral Shopping. Welcome to Coral Shopping. Have you got yourself a pot? Well, what are you waiting for? Available now at Socket and Pan for 3,150 coral. Is it coral? Is that what they're called? Yeah, we need money. It looks like when I'm in the house, times. Oh, no, it doesn't. The time stops. No, it does not. Oh, yeah, there's gonna be a scene. Remember, we saw this last time. Surya, good morning to you. You have a great spot here. Waking up to this every day must feel amazing. I heard from Ling. Oh, that feels weird calling Dr. Jiang Ling. Well, she insisted. Anyway, she said you went diving. How was it? I freaking love it. You know, I'm gonna ask if I can bring Kibble home. I want to say yes, but Kibble isn't mine to give. So, anyway, when you dive, you might come across kelps. They look like large dancing worms on the seabed. Those are kelps. Useful stuff. There are wide varieties of kelp. Is it kelp? I thought that plural kelp was just kelp. I guess it's kelps. Each has its own characteristics and benefits. The ones you probably encounter now is the bronze kelp. That looks kind of brownish. The lab can use them to upgrade your seeds and fodder. Fodder like food for the animals, I think. It will then increase the quality of your crops and animal products. Yes. Higher quality means higher prices too. That's always good. You need to extract the kelp's essence before bringing them to the lab, though. And an extractor can extract kelp's essence. Here's the blueprint for making it. Thanks, Surya. To make an essence, you need to place 10 kelp and a glass inside the extractor. See, they do know that multiple kelp is just kelp. Consistent. Bring 10 kelp essence to the lab and you can choose which produce to upgrade. Ooh, I don't know which gives me more money. How's that? I guess I can eventually upgrade them all. Good luck. The awkward time of the day where the sun is, I think it's where it's setting. It's in my face. But what I want to do is actually, okay, I'm getting pretty close with the museum. Craft an extractor. Need more scrap and wood. That's very easy to fix. I'm so happy we have this. But what I want to do is bomb. I need to use my kelp. That's okay. Because I know that when I use this vortexinator, I didn't even check. Can I use this on land? Go ahead and harvest. I'm sitting here so confused. So confused. Why do I barely have any energy? I didn't like that. Okay, and I don't have any more seeds. No, and I need money to open these. That's part of why land and water. That's part of why I want to use this, because we can blast the crap out of these different areas to get the resources. And then I don't have to... Oh, it's not the same. I do need the actual bombs. Oh man. I was ready for this place to be done, you know? It was so disappointing. I don't even know where I put the stuff. Darn it. I was thinking I was gonna clear this place out. I just knew that was a good plan. Shoot. Let me see. I don't have any coal. How do I not have coal? Ooh. Foraging. I don't need speed. Double foraging is nice, but this gives me better quality. No, we'll do double. I just want to clear this place out. I can't even walk. I haven't hitting anything. Gotta find a way to make some money. See, I keep getting geodes, which are fantastic. Stuff. And it's crazy because you open the geode and you get stuff to sell. But if I don't have the money to open the geode, then I can't get stuff to sell. And I don't want to start selling trash and stuff. But honestly, I might have to start. At this point, I'm just... I really thought that I had a fantastic idea to clear this place out. I was like, if I clear the farm, I'll get... Oop, there's some coal. We're making an Okay, I was gonna say, how do I not have... But I used it, so okay. Need a lot of rocks and a lot of wood. Right here could be good. Once again, that's very anticlimactic. And another geode, which is fantastic. It's wonderful. It's necessary. You know, the money. Oh, I wonder, can I sell? Because I want to keep these. Can I sell fiber? If I can sell my fiber, then maybe that would be worth it. Because there's like an abundance, an overabundance of fiber. You get it from the ocean and the land, so... Tuesday, I think Sam is open on Tuesdays. And if not, then we'll just collect so that I have to wait till tomorrow. Fine. Yeah, I didn't think I could break that. Figured I'd try. Another geode, that's awesome. As soon as I get some money to open these, I'm gonna have money. Don't know how. Think of who else can I sell fiber to? Who would want some fiber? I want to save the hay because I know when I get animals, I'm going to need it, and I do want animals. And I don't want to have to buy hay. That just sounds really stupid to me. Save all my hay. It's really these rocks that I need. What is going to eventually make me money. I got more coal. I can make another bin. Okay, so like I can blow this. That is the large rock that I can't. Get some of the trees down. Nothing cool? Oh well. Alright, let's go to Sam's. It's not. Gosh. Oh, hi. Hey, Yuri. I'll be at the Cherry Blossom Festival, stethoscope in hand just in case, but I'm mostly looking forward to the fun. Is that today? Don't worry about Charles, he's in good hands. I've got everything under control. Let me do the worrying for the both of us, cool? That's perfectly fine. I don't have anything. I don't have turnips, sorry. Okay, tomorrow's the festival. Oh, today's Kenneth's. I'll give Kenneth a flower then. Damn, what can I sell you? Ugh. Sam, I need you to help me. Hi, Kenneth. Good. More trash. Pretty sure Kenneth is always by the animals. Oh, hi, ma'am. Sure, the blossoms are pretty, but have you tried climbing to the very top to see them up close? I'd wait till Millie is out of sight, though. How about this weather, huh? Rainy one day, sunny the next. Bah. I mean... Oh, you know what? Can I sell hay to the carpenter? I don't think so, but... I try, right? Okay. Okay. Now that was good. So maybe the ranch will take my fiber? Ooh, mushroom. Come on. Oh, wrong way. Okay, I just must be in the wrong area. You go. Well, and since I'm over here, well, I gotta empty my pocket. Who's that? Somebody I don't ever see? But I can do that on the way to see Kenny. I can empty my pockets. And what I was gonna say is I can go get some of these opened. I think it's $20 for each. Oh, I didn't even check my mail. We're gathering at the lake tomorrow to celebrate the start of spring. There's a potluck cookout at the festival, so make sure to bring something yummy. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Oh, congratulations on reaching rank F. We've added a new book to the library collection: Farming Getting Started, Ranching the Basics, Foraging, BOS Survival Guide, Equipment Slot. Okay, we'll come visit. Go ahead and drop off Taraz. Drop off the hay. Drop off the sap. I'm gonna keep the flour. And the rest is food. And I'm gonna keep that fiber because it makes sense to me. I'll take the lettuce too to eat. Not that I think I'll need all that food, but you know. Let me find Kenny. Since it is his birthday, I think he's usually over here. Oh no. Oh, I think the ranch is closed now. Doesn't it close at noon? Close early, right? Okay. Tis open. Please take my stuff. Yes! Be happy. See, Hayes 30. I do not. I'm not looking. I'm not. Let's see what animals you have. 600. Okay. So we will be working up to getting some chicken. Where the frick is Kenny? Kenny, where are you? I saw this last time. That has the map for diving. Cool. Pretty big map. Oh yeah, it's pretty big. But I was looking for Kenny. There's somebody at the store that I haven't met. Here he is. Pocket and pan. Okay. Oh, that's where I can see if it's open. Because at first I was like, you can't even see if it's open. I don't think I have. You know, let's just walk. I can find Kenny later, so I'm going to first go to Sam's place to see if that person is still there that I haven't met. Since it's right here. And that beetle's still there. Avoid you. Is this the person? Lily, yes? I love her. I haven't I've seen you around here before. Are you new? Oh, okay. Now let's get on to the flower. Open. All right. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Grab some stuff. And all my stuff. No, we don't want glass. Black opal is nice. Okay. Better, but okay. What do you think? The outfit looks amazing. Well, that's nice. It's just Cherry Blossom Festival, huh? I don't know. Crowds aren't really my thing, but I don't want to miss out on Frank's cooking. That's the dilemma. Talk to him again. Oh no, I need to dry off my boots. Mud everywhere. Your brother since I'm here. Don't worry about food tomorrow. Frank got it all under control. You're going, right? You here for business or just seeking shelter? Just saying hey. School's important. I'm glad we get to keep the school going on such a small island. Talked to him a lot. Had a chat with Randy about it, and keeping the education budget afloat is no picnic. Sure. Okay, Kenny, where art thou? Let me go donate stuff that can be donated. Clear my pockets. This is really pretty. I think we've already had a marble, which is good because we can get money from it. That's all we can get money from. But we got 5 things of coal. That means 5 explosives. That's good news. Look on the positive. Right, thank you. Kenny, where you at? Still at socket and pan, okay. Now, how do I get to socket? Okay, not allowed. Too far. That's a good thing with this game. They have the town set up already, so you're not setting it up like Dinkum, but it's not that huge. Especially if you put the time on slow, 50%. Wait, that's the lab, right? Yeah. Alright. Kenneth. Dippo, are you looking for something? Oh yeah, I'm looking for him. There ain't no beauty quite like cherry blossoms dancing in the breeze. Hope you come down for some good company tomorrow. Give it a violets. How did you know it's my birthday today? Awesome. Oh, have you checked the weather forecast yet? I'm crossing my fingers it ain't calling for more rain tomorrow. That wouldn't be good. It's not really reliable, but hey, we don't have anything better. I'll have to take a look later. Talk to him a lot too. Luke was going to sell a self-stirring pot one time, but the product was pulled away by the manufacturer before anyone had a chance to buy it. Whoa, excuse me for laughing. I don't know why that was so funny. Yes, may I help you? Oh, I hadn't met him. My name's Luke. Pleasure is mine. Interesting, moving to a small island from Pokio is an odd choice. Is it? Why now? But I suppose everyone has their reasons. Good luck with everything. Thanks. Can I talk to her again? Day's so gloomy. Okay, let's go. There's the farm, right? Let me craft. Yeah, I just really think that's a good choice. And it didn't cost that much money. 84. I don't think they'll still be open when I come back, but I'll look. I think I've already... Aw. Poor snail. Is that a rock? Let me see if I've donated a snail, because I don't quite remember. I know... I did. Okay. So we're gonna put it up for sale. Or you know what I could do? You know, I do want the money. Is she in here? I think her name is Eleanor. Yeah, she is. That's one thing I do remember. Festival tomorrow is not just about the flowers. It's a celebration of life's fleeting moments. Oops, sorry. Of course you knew I'd like this. I'll never turn down an insect. Thank you kindly. Oh gosh, it's raining all right. The museum is nice and warm now. Not too hot, not too cold. It's a comfortable place to work in spring. You don't have air conditioning? The Cherry Blossom Festival, huh? Well, if there's a chance for some delish food, I guess, delish food, and maybe a bit of fun, count me in. The rain is really coming down out there. I hope it doesn't ruin your plans for the day. Working on these artifacts may sound odd, but it's actually incredible. Listen up. It's like having a time travel portal right here, allowing us a glimpse into the fascinating world of our ancestors. The artifacts take me back in time. A glimpse of what life was like, a quick look at how the world was hundreds of years. I'm glad you like that, Scott. We will leave that to you. Need more artifacts. Nice. Oh, that's it. That's all. Where's another large rock? Crack open. Put one here. Through here. Oh, my inventory's full. The carrot to clear my inventory? I don't know. No, because I want to have one of each for tomorrow. So, I'll come back time. Over here. Can't. Break that. Gives me regular wood? That's gonna give me hardwood. Are there any other large rocks? I think. Can't even get. This. Hmm. No more geodes. Geodes. Wonder if I'm in the way, will I get hurt? You know, then. Alright, alright. Oops. Not to do this. I gotta go near these explosion sites. Yeah, there was this. No geodes today? Hmm. Ah, why do I keep doing that? Maybe I should have saved the shiitake as well. Whatever. Nice. I'm so happy to get coal. Let me make sure none of these are supposed to be given to the goddess while I'm sitting here eating everything. Fish and ocean critters. Turnip and carrot is what I need. I might have to go to Sam's tomorrow and see if I can buy some seeds. We want to get the... Oh, my inventory's full. Okay. Like, what is happening? I need to label these because I don't know why things are where they are. If I don't know why things are where they are, that doesn't make sense. This is like organic materials. I'll say diving, even though I have some stuff in there for mining. Okay. And really, let me put this in there because I can use it when I'm out and about. That's what I'm talking about. Dude. Let me save my energy and just do these small rocks. Like a big one. I wonder if my day would have been spent better mining or diving. I just knew I was gonna have all the geodes out here, but obviously that's not the case. Hi, Amari Code. How are you? Here's a big, an explosive. For this. You're great. That's good to hear. Get out the way. Hmm. No geodes. I really like the game. You play this? Ooh, even more stuff. I like the message of conservation. You're obsessed. I totally understand. And it's so funny because you would think we would be sick of these farming games, right? But they just keep putting really nice spins on them. 400 plus hours. That's great. That's awesome. How many save files do you have? I was waiting for this to be almost finished, so I just got it. Or I should say I just started playing. You have two save files. To switch from PlayStation 5 to PC. Okay. Which do you prefer? Do you prefer playing it on PlayStation 5 or PC? Like PC? Okay. Ooh, I am about to pass out. Um, oh, I have 3 geodes. Keep this. Too many bugs and slow to get updates. That's what I've been hearing. They've been having issues with console. I heard it's not supposed to come out on the Switch anymore. A lot of people were looking forward to that. Mm-mm-mm. 59. 4. Oop, wrong thing. And after this, we're gonna go to sleep early. Refunded pre-orders. Yeah, that's so sad. I've learned with a lot of games, it is definitely beneficial to have a PC. It seems like that's the easiest platform to get games to work on, which couldn't handle it. It is a large game. Okay. More small rocks. It doesn't even look like I've really done anything. Oh boy. I'm not dealing with a lack of resources. Just to clear it is so tedious. But now at least I got those huge rocks out of the way. I can start clearing areas, clearing sections. It's getting late. Yes, it is. Get these small rocks since I'm out here. Oh my gosh. Able to. No more Geo. No. But still have some energy and still have a little time. Let me get these large rocks. Ooh, coal. Not do one more, right? Oh, we need bronze ore. Okay. Since I want to clear an area, start clearing. Okay, after 10, let me empty my pockets, get in the house. 2. And what am I selling tomorrow? Oh my gosh, just a marble? Okay. Well, go to bed. And I also want to get carrots, turnips. Can. Mining skill went up. There's a festival running today. Consider checking it out. Definitely will. The marble gave 176. That's really nice. Good price. Okay, so we have 3 somethings growing. I don't even know what they are. Oh, here's a small. We're starting with not all of our energy. I don't like that. I thought the energy was supposed to replenish every day. Let's see if we can find some flowers and bugs. And stuff to eat. Nothing. Ghosteen. Another mushroom. Here. Mangosteen. Get those. Nothing. Down. So nothing grows over here. Well, actually, I should go up. I came from this way. Not ready yet. Let's see if there's something I can do down here. No place to crash. Oh, we can buy explosives for 50. We don't want it though. Play 10 Tuku bronze. I don't even know what that means yet. Can we talk to these people? Okay. Sandra said yeah. Ever tried fried watermelon? Guess if you can fry ice cream. Nah, didn't think so. It's an acquired taste, believe me. Probably still sweet. An adventurer? One of us? The key to getting better at combat is training. That's what all of my students do. Oh, hello there. Didn't help but notice you from here. This guy's weird. People often ask if it gets lonely being on the road so much. I tell them, well, yes, but there's a but there. But in every new town is a chance to make new friends. Unless you're in a town full of people like Mark or Senja. Oh my gosh. Then you'd be in for a lonely journey. Oh, I could have got that. All the animals. I'm excited to get my... I think this would get me closer to where the festival is. And let me make sure that we don't need the mangosteen. That's for fish. That's a no. Nine is when it opens. Okay, well, it's 8. Ooh, hold on. Oh, they open at 9. You know what? We're gonna go over there first. See what I can get. Sacred area. Oh boy. Missing the bugs. Come on, come on. I can get it. Oh. Yo. Can't. Or anything. Is that Bon Bon? Yay, I'm remembering his name. The Suki? I expected to see more rain than this. Give you. Purple. Oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to, insult you. Yep. Trash. It's 9 o'clock. Hi, Pablo. We need some stuff for some money. Big money, big money. Okay, marble's decent. Full. Fire a gate. I don't know if I've had that before. Donate it. Archie. My mom makes the best fish tacos. That's my favorite kind of taco. That's good that you live on an island then, because I would assume there's a lot of fish out here. I thought everybody liked flowers. I didn't know that Suki does not like. Does not like violets. And actually, let me see if. Oh, you know what? That's perfect. Because I was wondering, how do I know who can get married to in this game? So she likes bugs but doesn't love them. Okay, so let me go through all of them because I don't know who I gave gifts to. Yeah, this is a glitch because I don't even know what those are. So she likes tulips, I think that is. Oh, but you know what? I'm not even looking at what they dislike. I really don't know anything about anybody. But I also haven't tried to gift people. I need to start doing that. She likes tulips as well. Eleanor likes the bugs. Love though. She likes bouquets. I think everybody likes bouquets. Okay, so the flower I gave him was okay. He doesn't like it or hate it. He loves pancakes. That's probably a glitch too because I don't know how to make pancakes. He likes tulips. He hates violets. Ah, not even dislike. Oh no, Suki. Guess that's how we find out, unless I cheat. And I don't want to cheat. I already cheated on some of them. Oops. Okay, let me make sure. Oh, can't put nothing in my pocket. Okay. I want to talk to people, but I don't want to accidentally gift them. You're walking away, so we gotta talk. Bah, the sun is so bright today. It hurts my eyes, but it's such good lighting for photography. I don't get too stressed, thankfully. It's one of the job perks. I'm always surrounded by nature and pretty things. It puts me in a good mood, always. Okay. Alright. Donate. Okay, so that was brand new. Alright, let me go and put everything else away. And we will go to the festival. Oh, let me speak to these people. Make sure I... There we go. How's your first spring on Coral Island so far? Are you going to plant flowers on your farm? Definitely. If you do, just don't give any to Charles. Thanks for the heads up. He has some sort of pollen sensitivity. Yeah, he was sneezing all over me. It was really nasty. Charles does have red hair, but he also colors it red to keep it bright. If you ask me, I'd say it's because the poor thing wants a bit of brightness in his life. Aw. People should always tell the truth because, gosh, lies are hard to remember. Also, I don't want to be caught spreading false information. My good name is on the line. I understand that. All right, so the marble. Everything else can just be put. So nothing in here. Mm, forgot I was gonna keep the flowers that I caught. Well, it's too late to go back. I gotta put the trash away. No, it's definitely not. Why do I keep opening the furthest? Okay. We'll keep the violets and see who likes violets. Okay, let me fast travel there. Let's talk to them. I think I saw a couple of beaver swimming in the lake on the way here. Did you see them too? I did not. Let me give you a flower, see if you like it. Thank you for the gift. If you grow soybeans, you can use them to make tempeh. Neat, eh? You do need a press to make tempeh, though. Thanks for the tips. Let me see if Paul likes flowers. Whoa, awesome. Good. I'm at the lake a lot. It's my job. Gotta go where my job takes me. Seems like you are too, huh? What are you doing here this time of day anyway? I'm trying to capture footage. Will you keep your voice down, please? Problem, Paul. Let me see. No, his name is Paul because I was talking to him. Okay, so he's not the biggest fan of it. What was her name? Anne. Okay, not the biggest fan, but it counts towards friendship, and that's really what I was looking for. Take this for see something I can grab. Cherry Blossom Festival. There's flying. We can sneak. We're moving just as fast as it is. Look at that. I'll donate it later. Oh, good, we got seeds. Yes, let's start the festival. It's pretty. Kenny's winning. Cherry Blossom Festival. All right. Balap Karang. Basically the, what do we call them? Potato sack race? Yeah, let's practice because I never done this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Miss. Okay. Miss. Ooh, it's making me dizzy. Guess I do better when I'm dizzy, huh? Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and play. Give my eyes a little rest though, because Dr. Mark, I'm not interested in the sack race. I'm here for the potluck. Okay, excuse you. Forgot about the potluck. Let me... Did do this before. Give my food so I don't forget. Donate. Place item in the hot pot. Place. Okay. Mangosteen donated. I donate another one. This is... No, we don't want to. Oh, you can only donate one. Wonder if I should donate the bronze shiitake. I'll do that. Since it's bronze. Shiitake donated. Alright. Let me go and play that game. And then we can socialize. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm excited. You know we need money. Gotta focus. I'm acting like I'm actually gonna win some money. Okay, so it's round one. Hope you guys are strong players. It's kind of rude, but I'm glad he's not on my team. I feel like he's gonna trip over himself. Mark is a big guy. Is he gonna be okay? And Zoe won't be able to jump as far as everybody else. Or Archie. But this is a really strong team. Okay, whatever. We'll be alright. I want you to fall at least once. We need the money. Woohoo! Round one. Well, Mark did much better than I thought. Okay. I could have come in second. I see. And then it's gonna be one of every team. Go ahead, Archie. Okay, so then it's gonna be one of every team. So we do 3 rounds. Okay. I'm guessing. Rest my eyes for a minute. I was hoping I'd get the money from that. This message. All voting location. Click on this message I sent. Still not responded. It's not responding. I bought something and I'm trying not to return it. I just want to exchange. Okay. Enter. Yep, I knew I had to fall. Ah. Oh. Okay. Came in second place. I didn't see Charles that far behind me, but okay. Okay. Ooh, I still made it. I really want that #1 spot. Archie is doing great! I really thought kids wouldn't be able to jump as far. And Charles did better than I thought he was gonna do. Alright. Yeah, let me rest my eyes for a minute. Ambrosia. Did I take the vitamin? So I bought vitamin D in here. I don't think I took it. Pretty sure I did not. Let me go ahead and take it while I'm resting my eyes. Alright. Now let's get that money. Archie! Well, we got a second. Good job, Archie. Okay, we still got 500. And we got food, which is always a plus. Wait, do we... Wait, is it just me and Archie? Okay, I was... Plus 800, so you get everything underneath. Well, thank you. Festival. Funny, good food, good weather, good company. This man is always hollering. Gotta say hello to the people who are fishing too. The kids aren't even stopping for a break. Looks like I managed to reel them into fishing. What about you? Are you fishing these days? I'm going to today. This has got to be a glitch. Right? Me not starting out with all my energy? I got some fish, so I gave them to Mr. Frank. I hope he can make it like Mr. Jim smoked salmon. So, Mom told me to keep an eye out for beavers while fishing. Did you see any? I sure did not. Sure did not. Let me go ahead and try to fish. No, it doesn't want me to fish? No, it don't want me to fish. Okay, we won't fish. We'll just say hey to the people. This is fine by me. I don't crave durian all that bad. As long as Frank here grills up enough apples, we are a-okay. It's always a pleasure to spend my spring here. Well, part of my spring anyway. Walter was asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling. I know what he's doing. Any? Ah, the wind, the song, the food. Perfection. Yeah, we already talked to you. Oh, Theo. Sing along. Come on, you know the next part, right? I don't. I'll bring over some lode next year. It's this delicious, dish with coconut milk. You'll love it. That sounds good. Yeah, we already talked to you, but Dindo, we did not. Archie, be careful with the worms. There he goes again. Oh, you must be Archie's mom. Okay. Hey, come over here. Let's dance. There's the snob. The songs Theo sang really fit the mood. He's not bad looking. I mean, not a bad singer. You heard nothing. Time to absorb the good vibes. Breathe in energy, breathe out stress. The tumpeng is over there, dear. I hope it's enough for everybody. It's nice to see everyone enjoying the festival. I better go tell Charles to calm down with the unsolicited doctor advice. He could ruin the festival for everyone. The food is way too heavy for me. Oh, okay. Today's a rest day for me. What? My baby brother Frank is your guy for grilling stuff. A lot like Dad. Cooking is relaxing, but it's more relaxing to sit back, eat, and look at these cherry blossoms. I agree. I did say there's way too much food, but I think that's okay once in a while. Wow, the potluck looks amazing, but oh, never mind. I think I spend way too much time at my PC. My eyes feel kind of crusty. I saw Oliver trying to catch fish at the lake earlier this morning. I think he wanted to contribute to the potluck. Oliver, your son? So cute. So much good food on the table. Maybe I should calm down with the tumpeng and save some space for them. Eva's croissant is getting a lot of compliments just for the looks. Is that... Did I just... yeah, that's a giant. Maybe I should ask her to add it to the menu. I guess it's okay for us to see him because we've already met him. It's Frank. Frank! Trying to say hi. No rush. We only have these games during festivals, so don't miss out. They're just one game? Just like our wine, festivals are like the identity of Coral Island. Don't you agree? I don't know about your wine being the identity, but okay, if that's what I think. I think I'll wrap up some of this tumpeng for Dad. You think it'll still be good later? I have no idea what that even is. Oh, it's a frog. It was so cute. Oh yeah, well, you talked about your wine, and we talked to you earlier. Frank! Hey, how's the festival? There's more to come, don't worry. It's chill here. It's comforting. Ooh, and we do have some money. Oh, eventually I want to get that. We don't have anywhere to put any of this stuff though. So I think I will just have to make sure I come here next year with like 12,000 gold to be able to buy all of it. I don't have any space in the house. Alright, so let's be done with this. We have already donated. Start the main event. Yes. And we gave our bronze shiitake. Folks, it's finally time for our main event. which means your house can still be intact when you go on alone. The soup is now ready. Big thanks for all of your contributions. I'll say, where are we? Where are we? Miss Ross, would you do us the honor of the tasting? Of the tasting it? Of course. Thank you, Mayor Connor. This soup will reflect the unity of the town. It's time to taste what all of you together have made today. Delicious. This soup certainly tastes good. Oh, that's good, because my other save, she said that it didn't taste like anything special, it just tasted edible. But what I gave wasn't bronze. The local products are great and they complement each other well. They complement each other. Well done. Oh, 9 p.m. by the time you get back. Okay. Well, let me do that, and go donate that. Still. So basically, when we go to sleep and wake up, I'm going to exit the game, so it'll be saved. And then come back in and hopefully I'll have full health because me waking up with 200 something health makes no sense to me. I wonder if it's a bug in the game. Donate. Little wood butterfly. A little butterfly. There's a lot of room for artifacts. A whole lot of space. And hold on, so I don't have anything to make money from. Oh no, because I want to keep the food. So since I have food, tomorrow we will go into the mines. Or it is nighttime. I do have energy. We could try to find some nighttime bugs. You know. And also get some shells, because I haven't been down the ocean. Some flowers. Is that a bug? Cricket. Okay. It's a nighttime bug. More seeds, that's always positive. Cecropia. I think that's the caterpillar that I found, and it turns into a big, scary looking moth. When I was a kid, I was traumatized. Oh my gosh. Thing was in our house. It was contained, but it was in our house. And oh my gosh. Scary to me. Sacred area. It's really pretty. That's always good. Inventory full. Oh, we gotta go home and come back. But since we're near the fast travel location, right? Yes. We'll do it that way. I know that they don't want these. The cricket didn't come up, but this did. So I'll drop off the seeds and the 2 flowers. Just plant the seeds since I'm here. And see what we get. The flowers. Go back. Go get what I missed. I think that was it. It was. Cockle. Oh. Thanks. Ooh. So yes, I do know it's getting late. So cheating a little bit to see what people like. I do know that Raphael loves those purple shells. Oh, another cricket. Okay. Are you trying to say that we have not donated a cricket? What we had? And isn't there a little island? Is go out on the island to see anything else. We still have an hour. Stop. Stop it right now. We gotta come back. At least I know it's to the island. And we do have fast travel. So let's do fast travel. Let me see. Yeah, let's do fast travel to the house. Then we'll go to the, let's say, do I have any more seeds? But no, I don't. Go to the museum and then we'll go back to get that. I think that was seaweed, maybe? Or was it? We'll see. An in-game hour. Okay, yeah, the cricket. I knew it. Probably, though, because it's silver. I don't have. Let me just sell stuff right now. Because I don't have that little thing to. I saw that you can buy to multiply bugs. I'm just gonna sell it. Sell. Let me hold on to that and go get my stuff from the little island, and then we're going to sleep. And then I'm exiting and coming back in if we don't have full energy. It was kelp. Okay. This looks different. Ground. 40. Gonna make it. And put the kelp away tomorrow. No, I'm gonna put it away now since I'm right here. Come on, come on. Go to bed. Go to bed. Okay, plus a heart with Kenny. That's nice because it was his birthday. Foraging, mining, and catching experience. That's very positive. What is our energy looking like? See? 239. Okay. Quit to desktop. No. No. Return to title. Yes. Because this just makes no sense. Is it because we're going to bed so late? I don't get it. Because, yeah, technically we are only sleeping 4 hours. I guess that's an experiment I have to do, is go to bed before midnight and see if that changes it. Alright, play streaming. In my other game on day 28, and there's just so much that has happened. Let me just try to stick with this game. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Oh, today is Saturday. Just for the... Yeah, no. All right. Not yet, but close. All right. Okie dokie, let's read our mail. We started a new initiative called Merit Points, a reward system for community involvement. I'd love to explain more in person. Join me at the community center soon. Looking forward to it. Ooh, I'd like to run an idea by you about local produce. Meet me at the general store when you have time. All right, so that is what we're going to be doing. And then, yeah, I do want to get those taken care of because it's an eyesore on my screen. Just a community center. Get this garbage first. Hello there. I'm glad you could make it. We need to give you something so we can be friends. I know what kind of stuff she likes. We've recently implemented a system in town to make life here even more rewarding. Let me explain. These are called merit points. You can earn them by completing errands posted on the town board right here in town. Done any of those? Only turnips and carrots. But that's not all. Attending festivals, winning the minigames or main events in them, and even the town's rank increase can also grant you merit points. Okay. For example, you, my blossoming butterfly, have already earned. Let's see. There you are. You've earned 40 merit points for attending the Cherry Blossom Festival. We introduced this system to encourage everyone to get more involved in the community. Over there, at the merit exchange counter, you can exchange the points you've earned for various items. Trust me, it's worth the effort. So there you have it. I'm looking forward to seeing you earn those merit points. So, let's see. I feel like we have more than just what she said, because we've been doing some stuff. Oh yeah, this was glowing before. Only 40 points, okay. Nice. Let's give her something to thank you for being a friend. You're not here? Let me read these books. Section F. Oh, it's empty. Okay. Let's go to this section. Section C. Equipment slots, the basics. Need a little advantage in your activities? Try this combo. 2 sets of trinkets and a pair of bait and scent. This setup can make your activities more efficient. Let's break it down. Trinkets. These are small pieces of equipment that offer buffs. Wear them to gain their benefits and be mindful of any potential downsides. Bait. Essential for fishing, they can really boost your catch rate. Just remember to keep enough on hand, especially when you're on a roll. Scents. Useful for attracting or repelling insects and monsters. Like bait, make sure you've got a good stock so you're never caught short. Oh! I can medium fish bait crafting. Okay, and something else. BOS survival guide. Heads up, adventurers. The caves are filled with dangers, including monsters and poisonous critters. Poisonous? Venomous? Would I be eating them? Anyways, remember it's better to be prepared than regretful. If you can, gear up with these key items for your journey. Kelp Essence Ring. Gives your critical hits a major power boost. Spikes. Set these up to injure enemies that get too close. Slime Trap. Ideal for slowing down fast-moving foes. Spring Trap. Use it to create distance by knocking back enemies. Glue Trap. Great for stopping aggressive creatures in their tracks. Shock Trap. Briefly paralyze your enemies with this. Light Ring. Illuminates dark areas, making it easier to see. Share these tips with family and friends to ensure everyone stays safe out there. Foraging the basics. Here are some handy tips for all aspiring foragers out there. Give trees a good shake. You might be surprised at what falls out. Different areas of the island yield different items. Forests are great for mushrooms, beaches for shells, and more. Each area has its unique treasures, so exploring is key to discovering what grows where. Happy foraging! Oh, didn't mean to water the book, so sorry. Ooh, ranching. The key to being a great rancher is caring for your animals. Ranching is a whole different beast from farming. Most importantly, you'll be dealing with live animals. They need food. They need food, a clean environment, and love. To better understand your animals, here are some tips. The mood of your animals affects their productivity. Remember, a cow in a bad mood might not produce milk, so keep an eye on their happiness. Let your animals out on sunny days for sunbathing and grazing. Just like us, they enjoy a bit of outdoor time to boost their mood. If your animals are outside, there's no need to feed them again. They'll graze on the fresh grass. The stronger your bond with an animal, the larger the size of the product they produce. A well-loved animal means more abundant yields. For higher quality animal products, provide them with better quality fodder. It makes a noticeable difference. Farming getting started. Farming is an adventure. It's easy to start but full of surprises. Once you get the hang of it, you're on your way to becoming the ultimate farmer. Here are some fun and important facts about farming to help you on your journey. Fruit plants and fruit trees are two different things. While fruit plants will wither when it's not their season, the fruit trees will not. Although they don't wither, fruit trees don't bear fruits outside of their seasons. Okay, that makes sense, like in real life. Some crops grow on trellises and might block the walking path. Okay. Keep that in mind when choosing what crops to plant. Fertilizers are useful to either increase crop quality or make them grow faster, depending on the type you choose. Different types of fertilizer. There's a wide variety. Oh, there's a wide variety of fertilizers out there. To get a better quality crop, you need to plant better quality seeds. There's usually some information on improving seed quality in the local laboratory. Your town has one. It's worth visiting to see what you can learn. All right. Well, forget what's up here. Oh, look at that. We could change our name. We'll go ahead and leave it. I might change the name of the farm eventually. I just put streaming to remind myself. This is a nice little room. And then here's the animals. All the animals, the kitty cats playing with each other, and the little rabbit, Copper. Copper looks happy today. Most of them are asleep. Oh, they're waking up. Alright, let's go see Sam. Is he open? Not open. Get rid of that. Alice. I brought some green smoothies yesterday, but I don't think anyone touched them. Oh well. I mean, I'll take green smoothies. It's energy issue. Twist is unbelievable. Did you see what Brie brought to the Cherry Blossom Festival? Of course, the best quality cheese and artichokes. Where do you even get artichokes in spring? I love artichokes. I always feel a bit worn out after a full day at the festival. A nice cup of tea to end the day. Fly again would be perfect. No task. 2 birthdays tomorrow. Festival. Joko? No, Jim. Fishing is a great skill to cultivate. I wonder if Joko and Jim are brothers. They remind me of each other. It builds character and takes patience. Good thing no one got sick yesterday. Had a bit too much beer and wouldn't have been of any use. Hope you enjoyed your beer, ma'am. Oh, who are you? Butter. Butter seems like the adventurous type. Copper was new. Yikes, look at all these artifacts that we can find. You know what, I do like this to make sure that I donated everything. So wait, we can donate geodes? Yeah, no, because we can't donate these. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Not really, but okay. Okay, so with the single people, you can hang out with them. I get it, I'm getting it. Kenny is our friend. His expression. Oh. So we don't have anyone that we've reached. Good, because I got a gift for him. And I'll give a gift. I think I have 3 of them. Yeah, so I'll give one to the next person. Well, you're gonna get this. You like it. Really now? Oh no, she didn't like it. Dislikes. Mary. We're gonna keep the one to sell it. Need to find out here. We'll buy tea in the morning. Yes. I got something. My dislikes. I could have swore he liked it. Oh well. That's what I get. And I knew. Was it you who brought the fresh fish to the Cherry Blossom Festival yesterday? It was so delicious. It was not me, but thank you. But not fishing then, I guess. Catch anything good today because I haven't been fishing. Mm. I feel like it takes me a long time to get these up here. I'm so paranoid. Ooh, rainbow fish. I think we. That's more money in my pocket. Gotta make sure we don't have to give it to the goddess. Big one. It's gonna take forever. I am not gonna lose this one. Red snapper. Now they're open. Oh, there's a flower. Pablo. Gardenite ring. That's pretty. Go donate. Then drop everything off and go diving. Well, actually, first, let me make sure any offer any of the. Leah, what did you bring yesterday? I think Dad bought some apples or bought some shiitake mushroom. I don't really talk to Lee. Good thing it didn't rain yesterday, huh? Can you imagine? Give you this flower and see. I don't think she likes it, but I'm so touched you're giving me this. I wish I had something for you. Well, there you have it. There's another flower she hates. Uh, oh, she liked it. She liked it, but she liked it. Nope. Yes. Good. Boy, arowana, tilapia, catfish. Pretty sure I had a catfish before. Museum, so we'll just go home. That is so pretty. We have 14. We are not gonna have an issue with energy at all. No, I still don't like this possible glitch. Like I said, I'm gonna try to have her go to sleep before midnight. If that helps it. Ooh. I'll keep the garbage in my pocket because we're just gonna have more garbage. But I'll drop off the lettuce. And I'll put that to sell. Oh yeah, we'll drop off the mangosteens. That's... Don't need that down there. I don't need that down there. Fiber. Alright. Diving pier. Let's go. Yeah. So did you like my new song yesterday? I've got to say it was my best song yet. Let's go diving. But this one isn't open. Further away than this. Ooh, Pacific Oyster. It could be all the way out here though. Yes. Okay, so since I got it, I want to make sure it's not blocked. Here it comes. Not that I got it from, right? Blocks this. Nice, nice. Now where are the little things? Ooh, nice. Ornate. Uh-oh. Okay, I missed it. I missed it. Two more coral sites. So dirty. Oh, more ornate offer. Okay, here's the other two. Perfect. Next. Perfect. There's also something for me to get. But you're going back over where I can't get you. Okay. Oh well. I missed it. Way. Does it not start until we see it? Oh. You're thinking about stuff on the way. Okay, so since that one was over here, this way, or this one. Ooh, 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 you are moving. Common stuff. One scraggly piece of trash. Move this too, just in case. Shoot. And now we're done with that. It's so. Okay, we didn't need to do that. Meet her at the lab. Except the lab is probably not open. To be completely honest. You know, the lab closed at 5. No, but they're open. Oops. I don't have space though. Time to get to them. Gonna work. Yeah, no, we're not gonna make it. Yeah, there we go. Alright, well, let's see if there's anything that we have to donate. No. No. Hold on, because did I maybe. No. No. Uh-uh. Okay, we need to come back with this Scorpio. Oh, okay. Get 4 of those. Let's get back to the farm of 98 energy. Let me see. Okay, so the shells. Excuse me, I'm definitely those. I can't eat those. I can eat that. So I can eat that. Let me make sure. Them. Once again, though. No, I should try to give these away as gifts. I believe some people like do things to eat. Let me get the flour. Yeah, let's get the flour. Mm. Where are my tools? Where are my tools? I'll put them in the last one. Oh. Yeah, we'll put this on the end because I don't take it with. But it's only 6. Clearing more. Getting rid of these. Alright, well, that's almost all my energy. The little people. We'll be going to bed early. Do one more. That is it. Uh, more wood. Okay. It's like, see if we get all of our energy back now since it's only almost 8. 40 points. Oh, we can get a sprinkler. What is flash? And a compost bin. Get more stamina and health and a skill point. More stamina and health. Sunny side up eggs. More stamina and health. Wooden gate fence and floor tile. Ooh, we can craft a decoy. And more stamina and health. Okay. Skill point. Foraging. Are we gonna have full health? Because you can give me as many. Ooh, we got full health. Okay, so it does matter when you go to bed. Good to know. Increase the growth rate. Okay. Addition. Throw this at enemies, they'll attack the decoys. Hmm. Turns trash into compost. Yes. We have so much stuff, we may as well. Wait, I need to see what kinds of things we have out here because I don't want to make a compost. Have one. We have recycling machine and furnace. Recycling machine, compost, extractor eventually. Which one can make scrap? And we need a kiln. Silver kelp. Well, we need to get to see the blacksmith. Meet 6 friends. Ooh. I need to get... So, okay, good. We have turnips now. So, like... Let's just see who I can find. Let's go to the beach each. I can also start fishing in the ocean. Pretty sure I've already donated flies. Not yet. That is a flower. Oh, can we go in here? Because the sisters are. Oh, quite a few people here. I don't know you guys. For a fact. The living area. A lot of rooms. Well, you know. End of their business to have rooms. Marax. There's a crab. Lamb and a cockroach. Go back home. Great, thank you. Oh yeah. Combat. Double loot. Nice. Chance of dealing a critical strike is increases damage dealt by all weapons. That's what we're gonna do. And farming. Oh, I get a perk. 25% chance for watered soil to stay watered. No, because eventually I'm gonna get sprinklers. 10% chance for better quality. 5% chance of double crops. I think that's best. I'll be able to get the best quality. Trying to think ahead. You know? Okay, what was I? Theo. Theo, where are you? You were friends with Kenny. Theo. He likes it. Oh, I gotta find. Nope, go back. I gotta find Scott. And isn't there a kid whose birthday it is too? Okay, well, where's Scott? Oh, Scott is near the ranch. Perfect. We'll go home and drop the stuff off. And then I will give Scott a thing of candy. He appreciates it. Really? We can put these out to sell. Hot insects fly. Donated. Perfect. What I thought, but I wasn't sure. All the animals. Mushroom. Be nice. To reach the forest with haste, make 2 offerings to the forest tree. I don't know what tree that is. Probably haven't unlocked that yet. This is the right way. Yes. Okay. So you're close today. That's perfectly fine. Where is the birthday boy? Hold on, where'd he go? He was with him. There. Let me relationship. This is how I have. Oh, I knew Oliver. Okay, Oliver's by the school. That's understandable. We'll find him later. And Scott. Geez, Scott, you're all the way out by the cavern? I want to give you gifts for your birthday. Where am I going? I'm so lost. Ooh, wasabi. Those are mushrooms. Don't think this is the right way. This is probably the offering tree, but yeah, it's not open. Okay. Now we're on the right track. Okay. Here he is. Dun, da, da, da. It's your birthday. You are so thoughtful. Thanks for the birthday gift. The Cherry Blossom Festival yesterday was lit. Did you see my dance moves? Did you like them? I didn't get anything valuable today. Well, that's rude because I gave you something. He likes it, okay. Alright, so let's go to the school. What do we have to do to open this? You want to mine with ease and reach the bottom of the earth. And that is my goal as well. Not today. Well, maybe today. I gotta meet Ling. I gotta get to the blacksmith. I gotta give this to the birthday boy. Yeah. Let me put some of this stuff away. I'm not gonna eat the wasabi. I will need to come back for food when I go to the mine, though. I don't. Oh, and I need to see Sam because I need carrots. And I don't know if he sells carrots. Oh, and the turnip. I need to donate that or go to the offering with that. To do. Just remembered I can just fast travel to the offering. Why did I do that? Turnip. Wait, what do I get when I'm done? All of them unlocks a greenhouse, but this doesn't tell me. Find out when I do it. I need to find Sam and blacksmith and school. Sam, blacksmith, school. Order. Can I try to get in that? Can't. Okay. Stranger. There's a stranger in my house. Are you the stranger? Yeah. Ah, the new resident. That's a yes. My ex told me about the grandchild of some farmer moving back in. That must be you. Huh. See you around. That's Valentina's dad. Favorite sushi? I like all sushi, I guess. So, as long as it's fresh, any kind is fine by me. Yeah, fresh is definitely the best. Let's get to him. Oh, thanks, you're very kind. Alright, now let me give the birthday boy. I played and ate a lot yesterday. It was so fun. And I learned how to fish too. Oh, thank you for the birthday gift. I give this to Randy. Now, what's this? Something for me? Much appreciated. She needs a gift too, because yesterday she hated that gift. You thought I would like this? Haha, no, I'm kidding. It's perfect. Girl, why are you like this? I don't know how I feel about Suki. Says that he likes that. He liked what I gave her. I remember I was happy. What is it that I gave him? Oliver likes candy. Dot likes candy. Raphael's candy. And hold on, it was hairy chest guy. I think he's their brother. Thanks. He is Suki's ex-husband and Valentino's dad. Okay, he owns the White Flamingo Boutique. While he's in Starlet Town, he stays at the inn. Okay. Let's go. Stuff. We got seed. And then, yeah, let's go. I have to go to the lab and then the mine. Oh, I forgot there's 4. This is exciting. Got 5 scrap. That's cool. Silver sandal. Optical glass prism. Ooh, silver kelp. Okay. I did. Did I have something to give? No, I didn't have anything to give Antonio. Alright, Antonio. Unless you want a piece of trash. I don't want that. Alright, so let's stop at the lab. Since we're here. And talk to Ling. Ah, welcome to the lab. Stretch. What everything? I've been expecting you. Of course, I already know everything that happened while you were diving. You were able to activate the solar orb. I saw everything unfold from Kibble's point of view. I'm glad the ocean finally found someone worthy. More importantly, I owe you an explanation. Thank you, because I'm confused. Please follow me into my secret lair, where I can explain things to you. Where to start? Well, many years ago I planted super corals, just like the one here, all around Coral Island. They've been specifically bred to survive rising ocean temperatures and hostile environments. The room we're in also holds Murph, ancient technology that can remove those stubborn oil-covered roots and heal sick coral. Kind of cool. What you saw in the ocean, how should I put it? At its most basic, we take a little bit of what makes the super coral healthy and share it with all the other sick corals so they can get better. By combining human science, a little bit of magic, and the ancient technology, the ocean can recover. It's a lot to take in, and I'm sure you still have questions, but that's all I can share for now. The rest you'll need to discover on your own. As promised, the diving suit is yours to keep. That's a relief. But just one more thing before I let you go. I want you to know that although you've been deemed worthy, you aren't the only one out there that's worthy. Hopefully that didn't come across the wrong way, but I don't want you to feel like this is a fate you can't escape. There's nothing worse than that. I'm confused. Thanks again for stopping by. Okay. I'm so confused. Now they want me to heal 20 coral sites. We will eventually. Okay, so what we got was worth 500. Let me just see. Oh. I'm gonna have up to osmium hay. And then fossil remains. You know, I don't even know how to get fossil remains. That's cool. We want to see. Oh. Oh, inventory. Sacred area. Yeah, let me go get rid of all of this stuff and then go see Sam. Actually, no. I'm right here. Let me see if Sam has the ability to sell me carrots, because if not, then I don't need to come back. Oh. Oh yeah, he wanted to talk to me. Duh. You've become quite the regular. Working hard at the farm, Yeah, getting used to it. Good, good. I see that you're also getting much use of the shipping bin. Your shipment is always a huge hit with the townfolk. I think we all miss the taste of local produce. Here, let me show you something. Yeah, I can see. This is our import section. Everything on this side is imported. I have to say it's very expensive to get them here. The shipping costs, taxes, that sort of thing. They add up surprisingly fast. I've done my best to keep prices low. My margins are razor thin, but it's just not enough. Any lower and we'll go under. And this here is our local section. It's so empty and really sad to look at. As soon as I receive your crops, I put them all here and they're selling like hotcakes. Flying off the shelves, as it were. It wasn't always like this. Back in the day when my folks were in charge, the whole store used to be stacked top to bottom with local produce. It was something to be proud of. But now I have no choice but to sell imported produce only. I'd love to reopen the local produce section, but need your help to do it. The task is simple. You will need to ship a lot of bronze quality vegetables and fruits. I've jotted down the exact amount on this note. And of course, I will pay you extra for this effort. I think extra coins on top of your usual crop commission when the whole order is filled, So he wants bronze quality. Alright, alright. But do you sell carrots? Yes. Okay. Right. Let me go to the museum. Taco. Once I come back from the museum, then I can buy the carrot seeds. Got quite a few. Oh, only two. I don't know why I thought the kelp might go. Okay. Cool. Let me get my carrot seeds. It's only noon. Go into the trash here. Literal trash. Taco, you still playing? He's still trying to get the flower, but it didn't want to come with me. And that's fine. We need some carrots. Need to make sure I can offer. Oh, I was gonna go in the garbage. Good, more trash. Have room for the flower. Oh, nice festival yesterday. Yes. Now move, please. Thank you. Because I was not trying to actually talk to you. Taco was living his best life. So the goal today is to reach the bottom of the earth mine. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but we'll try. Right. Put the silver kelp over here. Those I can eat. That I can eat. I want to save one turnip though. Because that is the thing. I need to bring food. This extra stuff is confusing me, which is stupid, I know. Hey, that's not the right. There we go. Okay, so that's going in there. That's going in there. That's going in there. Only because I want the food next. This may as well stay here, right? Alright. 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 I have one of everything. None of it's bronze. Well, we'll try not to eat the jackknife clam, but I doubt we'll be able to. Oh, I also had other food. Hold on. Because that's what always stops me, is because there's nothing down there that you catch that's edible. Keep reminding myself of that. There's also that and that. All right, now I'm ready. I really do want to get down to the bottom. I think it's this way. Yeah. Oh my gosh, he scared me. Waited you have, Human, thank you. Slept much I did after ceremony. Go see goddess, I hope you have. I did. Goom goom, talk now we will. Night of full moon, many, many seasons ago. Giants I did find, frozen here in cavern. Alive they are, but unable I am to free them. Powerful magic cast. Earth, water, wind, all here, but fire not here. Suspicious this is. Investigate I want, further into each shaft, but strong barrier prevent me. Cannot enter. But you freely enter Earthshaft I have seen. Clues of why giants frozen must be inside. If I go into shafts again, help me, will you, to investigate? If find anything I can sense and will come here. Free the earth giant. Did you bring vitamins with you? No. You? We're going down. The goal is to get to the bottom, but I also want to see if I can get as much ore as possible, so I gotta search. I'm not trying to... There's some... Quite a few monsters down here. Alright, y'all. Now for all the small rocks. Effects. There's some. Just out of my way. Okay. That's even more perfect. And we haven't lost that much energy. Eat this shiitake mushroom. Some space. Here's some, right? I think. Oh no, that was you. Saw some over there. Oh. I do have to go through here. Make sure that's it. So see. It. Earth essence, nice. Still haven't figured out what that's useful for. Gonna be in a big rock. Looks perfect. Ooh. Right. Okay, there's none. Open this place up. Get to level 20, which would be a great level. Even if I can't finish tomorrow, maybe I can finish the next day. Or today, I mean. I think there's 40 levels. Could be wrong. I don't think I'll be finishing today. I haven't gotten any geodes. That's interesting. Good. Is there a chest here? Gold encrusted hammer. It's a weapon. 160, and that's just 60. Well, that's cool. Cool, but at the same time, something tells me I'll need it. Okie dokie. That is perfect. Let me make sure. Double check. Oh, look at the monsters. Nothing. Nothing here. Nothing there. Good to go. There might be some. Is. go under 100. Got anything back here? No, there's not. Perfect. All right. Oh, that's always good. Perfect. Going very smoothly. Oops. I want to reach at least one more checkpoint. That would be so great, especially since it looks like close. Well, we are because we're on 24. There's so many rocks, I don't know where. Now we're getting down to the final countdown. So if the next floor has a checkpoint, then that's where I'm gonna stop. Well, and really, can I... That's so perfect. You know, I don't even care what else is there. Perfect, the checkpoint. What is that? Do I want to try to fight it? I kind of want to because I've never seen that. Ooh, I will not have enough energy to fight it. Monster, can you move? Would you mind? Alright, so 25 is... So I might be halfway through this level then. Oh. Let's see. Halfway through, not the level, the mine. I think. I think. We going home. I guess we can call it a night. It's early. Wait, I opened it. Good. May as well put Earth in. There we go. That I do down here. This is like the diving and mining. Like that. Oh, but wait. We're gonna want that too. So this whole thing is... yeah. I don't think I can get a tree down. I'll do one more to get us under 10. And then that's it. Go to bed. Ooh. And Oliver. And catching. That's 95. Spoils of the land. Back to nature with Jenna. You can find sexy shrimp. Oh my gosh, what even is a sexy shrimp? This is too much, haha. Then turn this light on. The light is on. Anyway, you can find sexy shrimp in the daytime. This ocean critter is out in spring, summer, fall, and winter, so like all year long. Hang on, did I ever tell you that you can catch critters with a bug net when you're diving? Because you totally can. Just go diving and find out. It shouldn't be that hard. Telenovela, yes. I love telenovelas. Duplication? Mom, what? What? Can't a lady check up on her daughter? You can, but I'm in a rush for my next audition. Funnily enough, that's what I wanted to talk about. But how could you do this to me? But thank you for your time. We will contact you if you get the part. Ugh, how do you think it went? Am I really that bad of an actor, Tasha? Is it how I look? Is it my vibe? Is it... Oh, I gotta go, Tosh. Got a customer. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the watering hole. How may I serve you? Funny you should ask that. I have a proposition for you. Oh. Sir, I'm afraid we're not that kind of an establishment. I'm perfectly aware. I've done my research on you. Time for him to go. I'm here to offer you a job. An acting job. If you're interested, come to this address tomorrow at 8 p.m. sharp. If you're late for even 1 second, consider the offer revoked. I would not do it. Yes, sir, I'll be there. Be careful. To be continued. She's more brave than me. I was hoping it'd be rain. No. Alright. Fill this. Can I craft an extractor yet? Because that is kind of annoying to see. Also wanted a kiln. And still need crap. Okay. No problem. Wood into coal, scrap into glass, stone into glass. I wonder, are these things that I can move later? Because how do I know that I don't? We need to make scrap though. Okay. There's the answer to my problem. I am over here. Honestly, we may as well do 20, right? Trash. Good. Do we can also not floor tile, but do this. Do I want it to be wood? I do. Yeah, because I already started another part. Let me see if I can put this in this. Okay, good. As soon as I put the kiln down, I was like, oh no, I won't be able to put it. Okay, so what I need to do, move this stuff. Oops. Alright, good riddance. Let me make sure the rest. And I got more wood for making the path. A lot of stuff to be able to build. Okay, so it is. I'm gonna get that because I don't know what that can help me with. No. Decor. Artisan. Farming. Okay. I don't know why I'm only doing so much. Yeah, I kind of want to do the corners. I don't know why I'm like this. I want to make sure the corners are good. Be like this. Gotta go like that. It's different. Uh, Okay. Let me actually go into the mine and see how the rope. Let's see. Since I can fast travel there. I feel like I've been playing a whole lot longer than 3 hours. Because of all the reading. My eyes are tired. Wasabi. Through here. Okay, there's nothing. I was looking to see if there was stuff that I could eat. Eating. Start eating this stuff. Oh. But then once you use it, it's gone. Yeah. But okay. At least now I know what that's for. What is this? Oh, I can't take it. That takes a lot of rocks to make the. Well, I guess it makes sense. You get so many rocks while you're down here. What are you gonna do with all the rocks? Oops. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let me start. I'm eating some Cheez-Its and I'm trying not to crunch in the microphone. that it? I can't quite see. Na, 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 na. Get my money right. Oh. Woohoo, another spikes. Nice. Another checkpoint. And we got some stuff. Spikes. I just missed them. Oh well. All right. I'm gonna try to see. Oop. Turn my face away. See if I can get down 4 more. Since I'm here early, 4:30. Even though I don't know if level 35 has a what's it called? I can't think right now. A checkpoint. I think it goes from 30 to 40. If that's the case, then I will have to start getting some rope. Oh shoot. Looks like I ate it too soon. Anywhere in here. You know what? Why not, right? Why the heck not? Yay! That was my goal. Honestly, putting this right here would be perfect. Oh, shoot! I was gonna get caught up in it. Alright. Perfect. Only 620. Ooh, geode. Hey, 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 hey. Why am I not hitting? I'm not hitting it. Okay, well, I'm over it. Why it was missing it. No idea where this thing could be. Hmm? Another geode. Perfect. Long? That is so long. I'll take it. 31. We're about to do something. What are we gonna do? Let's do explosive. Trying to get up out of here. Perfect. Okay, so 35 does not have an elevator, but I see that the path to the next level is open. Okay. I was gonna say, if it doesn't have any of that, we are not trying to go any further. No, I will. I have food. And it's only 9:40. Alright, now let's get to the next level. Let's hurry up. Yay! I didn't even check the rest of the level. I don't even care how many ore are there. Just trying to hurry up and make it to the next elevator. Be nice if we can get our character home and in the bed by midnight. Rather than go into the rock. I've already been putting around. I was gonna say, let me just get a rope on this level. Be a bomb, an explosive. Let me. Explosive. Yeah. Do that right here. That wasn't a lot of rocks. Some coal. Oh boy. It's clear I am tired. Oh, I probably should have gone further away from the wall. Ooh, there we go. Search for more ore. Sounded like a doorbell. I hear it now. Let's, do we want rope? Yeah. We're gonna rope ourselves down. And let's find more ore and see if we're gonna rope ourselves down from here too, because, well, I mean, we're gonna be there after midnight anyways. I'm a game. Thank you so much, game. Now, what is this? Nothing special, okay. Oh, looky there. Water temple? Cave? Cavern? Whatever it's called. Yeah, so there's 40 levels. Now let's get out of here. I think I sacrificed energy for tomorrow, but you know, it is what it is. It was worth it to get to the bottom. Definitely was. And we got 4 geodes, so I'm happy. Or stone soup. That does not sound good. With a rooster. My bad. Carrots are done. We get to offer. If you have any fresh spring vegetables, please send them my way. Alright, Suki. I'll get you something. Yeah, I'll give her a turnip. Oh, we got a mining point. Yeah, breaking surrounding rocks will be fantastic. Ooh. Oh. Delivered. Guessing sitting outside. I see updates. Oh. Mm. Keep all your secrets. Double ore is good, but surrounding rocks would be fantastic, right? Double gem. 1%? No. I was gonna say that, but no. I was gonna look for Suki, right? Suki, where are you at? She's at, oops, Coral Inn. Okay, so we gotta go see the eventually. Not right now. Closed today! No! Blacksmiths, I need ya. Alright, so let's put these away since I can't see them. I'm gonna go diving. Especially because you get food while you're diving. I'll keep those. That's for Suki, that's for me. It's my energy. Yeah, we don't have full energy. We'll be alright. Suki. I was gonna say, let me fast travel, but no, that's not necessary. Yeah, 14th. Okay, and I shouldn't grab the shells because I'm not trying to have to go back home. Try to remember this stuff. And the flour. Suki, where you at? Where are you at? Suki, 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 Suki. There's Alice. Suki, are you still here? She is. Just don't know where she would be. Well, it must be an empty room. Okay, so she was downstairs. Is she still in the inn? Is the question. Suki! Suki, I have something for you. Where are you? Suki! Oh, there she is. We're not good enough friends for me to go in there. Yep, I knew it. Oh, it's Valentina's room. That's cute. Alright, well, Suki, I don't mean to seem like a stalker, but I'm gonna wait here until you come out because I got something for you. Actually, maybe I should give her... I'm gonna give her this. Or is this? Yeah, no, see, this is the only... Thank you. You're welcome. You prefer spring to summer, but we're talking favorites. It would definitely be winter. More bearable working in front of the oven. Ah, that makes sense. The inn is open 7 days a week. Gotta be there for the weekenders. That's true. Alright, so now that we gave Suki her stuff, and we didn't pick up anything on the way, surprisingly. Theo's not here. Let's go. I think there's 20 spots that they want us to clear now. No, these are both open. Okay, so let's. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ah. No, it is. Okay. It is something that I can get. Upside down jellyfish. Interesting. But there were places that we hadn't. Yeah, under here. We haven't explored. Yep. Take the shell. Get the money for it. I'm gonna get that crab eventually. Moving further into the trash. Pom-pom crab. When threatened, sticks up stinging anemones in its claws. Whoa. Okay, where are the things? Here they are. Well, here's two. I haven't picked up anything edible, I just realized. That's not okay. Because that's not edible either. Another crab, is that? That's not the pom-pom though. Ooh. Ooh, that was close. Oh, that is the pom-pom crab. Alright, so 1 to donate, 1 to sell. This is weird to not find stuff to eat. I've have been so sure that I was gonna get stuff to eat down here, huh? That'll make it worth it. At least it was worth it coming down here. I think they're open today, right? Carpenter. Yeah, low stamina, I know. Only have the one thing to eat. Or was it today that they're closed? Yeah, they're closed today. We can go back over there to get some of that vegan, whatever it is that I had. It's gone up there. Walk home and collect stuff on the beach on the way. Flower in the corner of my eye. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Alice beetle? Must have already donated it. Let's see if we can walk through here. I'm gonna laugh because I doubt it, but see if there's paths. Maybe there is. There was. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Oh, and offered. See, look at that. Yeah, now we can craft. I don't know whose went up. Suki, we have a heart with. Um, Extractor. Don't believe me, just punch. Mhm. No, let's keep the stuff up here. What I want is to put this away. I think that's it. Everything else I'm gonna donate and oh, and there's trash. And I'm gonna be coming back and getting more trash. But, I'll make money on go. Pom pom. I think that's it. Yeah, that's all that I had. G6. I have so much for them to open. So I don't know if I want to go. Kenny. Lunch tastes so much better here, ain't it? Sure. I don't know if I want to go back diving because I need money to make sure I can open all of these offers and geodes that I have back. at the house. Hmm. Usually there's something to grab over here. Oh, I guess not today. More trash. So sad you guys are closed today. Little taco. So our palace is done? Okay, we got bronze ore and kelp. Nice. We've... Oh, yeah. Oh, and it tells you how many you've caught. 5 flies, 3 crickets, 7 snails. But it doesn't tell you what months. 6 pine sphinx. I'll go ahead and sell it. I was thinking about giving it to Eleanor, but nah. Nah. Get money. And yeah, I don't want to go back down there, so... Oh, that's not 6 coffers. It's in spot 6. Duh. No, it's kelp that I want, not that. Extractor, right? Oh, and glass. I think glass is on the end. Oh, we want to make 5, right? Machine full. I'll be able to find more. Oh, we gotta put the compost away. Oof. We can go fishing, I guess. I guess. There a path? Almost. Okay. Oh. Oh, I was going the right way. Just up here. Mm. keep an eye on my energy. Let's say, is this a fish? But yeah, it is. Ooh, shrimp. Oh my god. Did I donate? I did not donate. Okay. We are at -4. We're gonna slowly, since it's 3 o'clock, walk up to donate the shrimp, and then we're gonna come home and go to sleep, no matter what time it is, because we just did a lot underwater and didn't catch any food, so not typical. It is so funny that you can go negative. So does that mean tomorrow I'll wake up with 4 less than full? That would make sense. So it seems like it takes 20 energy to fish. And I keep saying I need to fish in the ocean. The world is still pretty, even in black and white. Well, brown, white, and green. Alright. Been donated. Look at all those little creatures. Just living free. And oh, that's the ocean. Okay. Is that the ocean? It's hard to tell because there's not a lot of color. We get our tired butt home. Ugh. Looking at her tired makes me tired. I still haven't been playing as long as I thought I had. Oh, I'm just pressing and not even watching. Update delivered. Ooh, my dress is here. Oh, we can watch some TV. That doesn't take energy, right? And even if it does, it doesn't matter. Spoils of the land. Back to nature with Jenna. Okay, we've already heard about the shrimp. Yeah, let's skip it. Let's cancel. Did you know? Good day, everyone. With Coney O'Brien. I cannot. Welcome to the Coral Talk Show. Here you get to see guests all across the world, or worlds, and a sneak peek through our lives. I, Connie, oh my gosh, will be your host, and today we will welcome a very special guest. Hailing from Midgar, He works for a tarot. I'm sorry. Ooh. Activist group called Landslide, easily recognizable by his humongous sword and door expressions. Please welcome Claude Straff. Hello. All right, all right, all right, Claude. So what's the deal with activities that you and Landslide have been doing lately? Honestly, I don't care. I'm just there to do my job and get paid. Ooh, a candid answer. I love it. That's exactly what I say to people when they ask why I did this show. Right. Moving on, an audience member maybe, wants to know about this. How much gel did you use for your hair? My hair? No, I don't. Ah, toupee then? Is it a balding problem? No, it's just, all right, that's all the time we've got for today, folks. Next week, we'll meet a new, exciting, mysterious guest. Until then, take care. Wait, about my hair. Stress the man out about his hair. Go to bed. Oh, yeah, because we gave her his stuff. I think we have 2 hearts with Suki, do we? I'm about to be BFFs. Suki, where are you at? Oh no, just the 1 heart. Okay. I think it was raining. But we can harvest and water carrots. All right. Um. Oh, well, that's why looks like there's no space because I have a geode. That's fine. It is what it is, right? Hmm. Let's fish. Waiting. Mission. See what we have here. Tilapia. I think I need tilapia. Let me check now that I know how. Oh, we need 2 tilapia. There's nothing there. Okay. Because I need to offer one and donate one. And it'd be nice to sell one. Might be in luck. Yay. When I was about 9 or 10 years old, I went to the forest near your grandparents' farm and saw some round-looking creatures. Farming. What? Never told anyone about it, not even Alice. I've never gone to that area ever again. Nope. Sounds scary. Actually, I need to empty my pockets. 1, 4, 5. I need 3 empty spots. 2 empty spots. There we go. Wait. Can't forget that. The Hillary Duff song in my head. Okay, I can take one more thing with me. Oh, that's a good one. Good thing to have. We will plant them when we get home. Are you guys open? It's Monday. Yay! I'm so excited. Ooh, I think we already had a masquerade mask. Oh, diorite. Like Dalmatian colored. We already had a black opal. Any more stone? But cool. Go donate and see what we're gonna sell. Oh yeah, I need to get some coconuts and come back. Oh, we didn't already donate the mask. Alright, so we're gonna sell the black opal, plant that, drop those off, get some coconuts. Sounds like a plan. Sure. It can be offered. Hold on. Hold on. Drop this stuff off. Let me go down to the pier. I'm gonna get the coconuts and see what else I can. Oh. Oh, it's you. Yes, it is. Why are you throwing rocks at the sea? Because I want to. Excuse you, Jim. Jeez. This is something we used to do. It was a little contest at the end of our outings. She told me once she appreciated how I didn't hold back. It was refreshing for her. Well, that's enough of walking down memory lane. Goodbye. Aw, he looked happy. Not like the old grump that we know. You should return this photo. Of course, I don't want to keep that. It's not mine, that's his. Alright, so let's see what we can see. My throat feels scratchy. Must be from eating too many banana fritters last night. Are you allergic? Need cocoa nuts. Cocoa, 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 cocoa. On top of that. Oh, nice. um, must be the next area. The rain fall down. I really don't like that song, but saw something on YouTube talking about old songs from back in the day. That was. Oh, hi, Theo. Either that or I'm developing a pollen allergy. Oh no, we don't want that. Here. Refreshingly crunchy, thank you. You're welcome. Autumn. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Here. Is their name? Chaim? Chaim? Thanks. Listen, Heifer. I'm trying to be nice to you, okay? Alright, we're gonna pick this thing up, give this to Jim. Go see the guys about this. Back for that. Hi, Jim. Oh, thank you for returning this to me. This picture, it's something I always keep with me. Thank you again. Yeah. I don't ever see you around. The weather is nice today. I should do something like go to the beach. Feels like a waste otherwise. Would you like a coconut? You're a nice person. Thank you. Whatever. Yeah. 3 more. Jeez, these go quick. Okay, thanks. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I don't have any space in my pockets for that. Oh, more coconuts. I knew there was a place I saw a couple. Is that it? Yeah, let me go around the circle. Betty. I like Betty. Let me get Betty a coconut. We can certainly make use of this. Thank you, dear. You're welcome, dear. Let me see if people actually liked it. Okay, so she doesn't care. She doesn't care. Where are all the people I just came across? No, he doesn't care. I don't think it was Kenny. I gave one to Luke. He doesn't care. Oh, he likes coconut, okay. He doesn't care. Okay, and then we're back, I think. I think we went around the circle. Alright, let's go see the... What's that? Actually, let me go... Oh my gosh, so much to do. Let me go back to... so I can drop stuff off. And then I have to go to the offering area. Snap off. And now that I'm thinking about it, that's it. I'll sell these. Sell them, jeez. Jeez Louise. To the temple. I didn't think it was there, but I figured let me try. Okay. So it looks like I'll be able to do that later. Still looking good. Okay, so we can sell the mask. And then I got something for you. Appreciate it, thanks. I know he likes coconut. Where'd your brother go? I feel like I'm gonna be friends with them quickest because I see them all to come out here all the time. That's solid, thank you. How do I speak to her? I don't ever see her. There she goes. Thanks. Talk to her. What a great day to be outside. Let's go give one of these to Sam, because I never give Sam anything. So rude of me. Your favorite farmer? Thank you for this. Yeah, I have another one that I can give to this guy. Whoa, thanks. Smells fresh. You grow it yourself? No. Not at all. Can we give this to... No. To get... Really? You could see me from that far away? Mm-mm. Too late. Too freaking late. We have $600. That's so nice. Raphael says, I've seen you around the island fishing. Here's a recipe for sashimi. You can use any fish. Come to Empty Cabin and Forest. We sell item to you. Let me make sure. Been donated. Can sell it. Been donated. Oh, marble can be offered. I'm not missing anything. Yes, I need 5 sea salt. Yeah, I'm not going through. Who else did I give this to? Sam. Neither likes it nor hates it. Okay. Alright. So that will be sent out. And that will be saved another day. Find a way to free Earth Giant. I think I know how. Because you can make it dark in there. But I want that light ring first. Sell it to you. All this stuff. Some SIDS. So 600 for a chicken. Oh, I was actually go somewhere else. Do remember there's something. Yeah, I was about to say I didn't have not gotten a praying mantis. We are going to donate. Ooh, over here. No, this is what they're talking about. Mm. Alien scarecrow? I love it so much. I want one. So bad. Oh my gosh. Compost. What? Really? Didn't stand a chance. Ooh. Yeah, we already have that. Did it right? Ooh. Because I think that's how we free the Earth Giant. I have not cheated on that part. Me making an assumption. Ready to harvest? Anybody can play the flute. All you need to do is get yourself one and blow through the mouth. It's not that easy, actually. It's easy to learn, but really hard to master. Okay, I can agree with a friend of mine in middle school played the flute and I tried. Oh, it looks so easy. But it's not. You have to put your lip on it a certain way. Donate. I also have SIDS. We're not going to. Wait, doesn't make any sense. Ugh. Rom new. Mom, late tonight. Let me donate this. Praying mantis. What else can we do? Let me see. There might be people that I haven't. Just oh, the concerned monkey. Yeah. Nestled in a forest shack, this monkey not only displays an oddly worried demeanor, but also hoards a collection of rare and intriguing items. Really want that. Alien. Scarecrow. Map. I haven't done this in a while, looking for people to meet. Played Dinkum today, nice updates. Oh, not a fan of the new mine. Not clear how to enter the new building. Well, that's something for you to figure out. Ooh, 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 ooh. There's a stranger. Okay. Remember where I saw them. I think I can go this way. See, I'm here. Oh, stranger. In the bathhouse? Let me go home. I think we can go in the bathhouse. Yeah, I think you can. Hot spring. Is screaming. Reach the oh yeah, to the forest tree. Ooh, more coconut. And flower. Time creatures. Not. Oh, this is the bathhouse actually. Okay, I already know him. Plus the carpenter. Parents never ask too much of me, just to make sure I remember to share with what I have with the community. To learn. More seeds. Observatory. Okay. We'll go down here, past all of the creatures that I'm trying not to disturb. This. Is the stranger not here anymore? I sure don't know whose room that is. Oh, I know who that is. I forget his name though. He's a bald old man. Very nice. To me. Yes, it is. Okay. 7:40. Gonna go home. Ooh. And clear some land. More compost. This lady is so loud. Boop. Shoot! I was trying to be sneaky. I can't see. Okay, you're just too quick for me. Inventory full. A wasp, and I don't have it. Okay, that's perfectly fine. I am home. I'm gonna empty some pockets, and I'll be right back. Get the wasp. All right. Now, once again, I gotta go. Oh, there's so much back and forth. Not ideal out here, but let me, because I'm just gonna have to come right back, right? We knocked trees. Inventory full. Okay, I can't bring anything else anyway. And donate the wasp and come back. Okay. I'll make sure I use up all my energy within the hours. Necessarily need to pick everything up off the ground because I think it will still be there. I'm not sure. Easiest way to get all my energy out is to cut down these trees. That's good. We drop stuff off and then I'll go through and again. all the stuff that I can. That's everywhere that I was. Oops. I'll be in the mine. Don't want to eat the coconut. Everything. Am I selling anything? I'm selling 3 things, including the mask. So. Foraging and other. From. Okie dokie. 129. That's not bad, not bad. Let's see. It's raining. That's perfect. That is beyond perfect. So let's just go on out to the mine. Do what we can do. Free the earth giant. I'm gonna go down as far as I can go. Yeah, I forgot I opened that up. I'm so happy. Jamu? What is jamu? Traditional medicinal drink, smells strong, tastes even stronger. 300? Look at this. Ooh. Is the chieftain gonna come? Something tells me that's important. Oh, I knew he was coming. Come on, succeed. Curse it is that make giant stone. Clear it, Human have. Excited to see other giants I am. Yeah, I really do want to know about this curse. Unsure I am how, but talk this later. Upstairs earth giant is now. Come, Human, we'll see. Ooh. We have released the Kraken. Not really. So I didn't need the light ring. Oh my gosh. And you're spending all my money. But I do want to see what happens because I feel like this stuff opens or something. Let me turn off all the lights. Maybe I can't turn this. You can turn this torch off. Let me go down. I'm gonna turn them all off. See what happens. If something tells, like, that's what I thought I needed to do to release the giant. But now I see that it's a lot easier than I thought. I don't need to use my energy. So it's not pitch black. It's kind of disappointing. I was hoping something would happen. But maybe it's also not pitch black because I have that ring. I wonder, I wonder. Alright, let's go upstairs and meet this giant. Goom, goom. Oh yeah, it's missing. Didn't there used to be a statue here? Come on, right. Grog's statue was there. Free is Grog now. But where is Grog? Here he is not. Chieftain. Oh, there's Grog. The small giant. Ah, there's Human. Wait, Human can see Grog? Yes, but nice Human this is. Free Grog because this Human. Human this Grog, Earth Giant. Not a giant though. Goom goom Human, I Grog. Thank you for freeing Grog. The tiniest giant I've ever seen. Still stone is other giant. Curse again it must be. But fire giant where? We'll find him. Free other giants. Free other giants Human must. Wait till Grog. Wait will Grog and I in village. Goom goom Human. Free the water giants. I don't think we're gonna do that today though, to be well. Look at all this. We may as well, right? It's only 7:50 in the morning. Yeah, because we can always leave and come back and go down at least 5 floors to get to a checkpoint. These rocks are pretty. Let me check. Oh, I don't like that you have to hit them 3 times though. Oh. Okay. So we need to upgrade. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Because it's all 3. Except for the little ones. Oh, water essence. Fancy. Rock domino. Oh, yeah. Forgot I purchased that. Okay, I get it now. I see the ones that are 2. Rock domino. No, that's right. Ooh, something new. Silver ore. one more level. And I haven't even used that much energy. Look at that. Look at that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm gonna try it here. After I get these, of course. I feel like this would open. Or something is supposed to happen here. Like, what is going in the holes? No, turn off the light. If nothing happens. Oops. Need one more level. Come on. 2, 3. Domino. Where? Where is the opening? Oh, we can give them gifts. No? I don't want to get too many just in case I get it. There we go. Alright, level 5. Alright, that's all I wanted to do. Now let's go upstairs. might not have enough money to upgrade my tools. That's the only thing. But I guess we can try. Oh, we need wood. No problem, we got enough wood. Oh, shoot, and 1,500 coins. Yeah, no, we don't have that. Do I have anything for you guys? I don't have anything for you guys. I heard there might be better quality ores in the cavern now, right? But, yeah, you'd still have to mine them, wouldn't you? What I'm trying to do. Mark gave me the lowdown on the cavern. With more gates open, there's a shot at getting some top-notch ores. Hand them over and I'll make your tool sharper than ever. Yeah, I gotta get that money. Money. And by the time I get 1,500... I'm gonna want to get some chickens. I think it's 2,000 for the coop, and then 600 for the chicken. I may as well just get that. Let me see if there's anything on the board. Yes, there is something I can do. Fresh coconut, yes. Alright, so let me go get the coconut and go find Lily. Oh. I'm gonna find some. Okay. Um. Doot, 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 doot. I'm gonna need to make another chest for the mine. Once I get to diving for real. Where's the coconut? Okay, Lily, where are you at? I don't remember where she typically hangs out, so I'm gonna find NPC at the general store. Perfect. We're not that far away. Get her coconut. Is it right here? It is. Oh, Lily. I have something for you. Thank you. Theo gets a stomachache every time he drinks milk. He hates it. He still eats cheese, silly man. Alright, I'm trying to figure out what else we're gonna do today. Oh, open journal to claim reward. Cool. Need to find, was that 14 more items? So, we can fish. Of course, the fishing rod is not here. But you know what? I need to go to the ocean. I keep saying that. That's perfect. I'm gonna go empty, not empty, but drop some stuff out of my pockets. Get the fishing rod and go to the ocean. That'll be easy. Oh no. Oh no. Let me take the bone out because I don't know what that is. What that's used for. I'll put that all the way on the end here. Bone that coconut because I don't want to be using it. Go to the ocean. Ocean, ocean, ocean. Alright. Ooh, there's a bug. I know I already have it, but I'm pretty sure I haven't sold it. Yeah. I always get so close to getting it and then stop myself. Hey, why do I turn the other way? Okay, let me just fish. Oh, it's hard to catch. That's my sign to go. There's already too much stuff in my pockets. I have to come back to get the lionfish. Too much. Oh, octopus. That's cool. Two more. Okay. Starting to see a lot more lizards out. Even my lizard Tin is more active now. Tin likes to be out and about. He rarely stays inside his little glass room, that one. An adventurer. Excuse me. The upside down jellyfish. It's cute. I want to see the octopus. See the blue tang. Oh. Collects nutty sap. We have enough sap. Maple syrup. And resin from a tree. 20 merit points. More stamina and health. Uh-oh. Oh shoot. I have to hold it. Okay, there's small fish bait. Let me see if I can rest it here. That works. Got a lot of fish. Well, not a lot, but extra fishing skill. $53 coins. We got some mail. Giants forget Human can't enter village. Come to village. I open for Human. Oh my gosh, my cat is yelling. I saw that you completed someone's request on the bulletin board. I'm impressed. Thank you for actively taking part in our community. Oh, that's very nice. Go visit the giants. Oh my gosh, this cat is crazy. Oh. Found a way to lock his big butt downstairs. Now that he's getting bigger, he can't break down the... Well, he can't sneak through the gate anymore. I don't think he's big enough to break it down. He's just down there yelling. Oh. Levels of daffodil. Another daffodil. Human, here. Got some big footprints for such a small giant. Here, Human. Chieftain forget Human can't enter village like giant can. So Grog open way for Human. This will dance. Human no can watch. Oh, okay. Human go back. No problem. We'll go back, we'll turn our backs, we won't watch. Whatever you say. Not enough. Human have to close eyes. Must be some giant magic. Hey, Human, open eyes. I mean, her eyes are open. I did at the end. Sorry, I never closed them. I saw the whole thing. I'll tell him no, I didn't. I was closed the whole time. Grog no believe. Human see. Human lies. Way open now. Come, Human, with Grog. I have not played my time at Portia. Oh, this is cute. A little giant village. That grog house. It's like a coconut, kinda. That water giant house. Oh, I see the doors. That chieftain house. That wind giant house. That must be fire giant. The house chieftain will tell. Grog no tell. Too sad. Aw. Wow, Grog forget. Your Grog can help Human. Oh, bring tools to Grog and Grog will make better. But just a little better. More stronger need more giant. Okay, that all. Goom goom Human. Oh, you gave me an earth gem. That's nice. But okay. Enchant tool. Enchantments apply special effects to tools and weapons. Start enchanting, select the weapon or tool you want to enchant. Place an appropriate amount of gems, artifacts, or fossils to fuel the enchantment. Okay, I knew there was a catch. Decide which enchantment you want to keep on your tool or weapon. Well, that's cool. Let me go check it out. The way will open when at least 2 giants are freed. Can we interact with their homes? Oh. It's like Hagrid's house. We could talk to him. Goom goom Human. Do I need help from Grog? Grog can help Human tools. I'm gonna go see the other houses too after I do this. Enchantment. Okay, so let's see. Oh, so not the... No problem. That's... I don't have anything that they can use. Gems, artifacts, and fossils. Okay, so when I get the extra artifacts. Go to Grog's house. Or, I'm sorry, Chieftain's house. Oh, this is nice. Okay, so is... But you're always green. So is that like... change of clothes? In case you decide that you don't want to look green today? Yellow, pink, and blue. Goom goom Human, again we meet. Each giant can enchant tools, Goom. Talk to giant you must. The way to find out is to find out. Yeah. Yeah. Guess that would be the way to find out. We don't have access to their vegetables. Oh, my pockets are full. May not try to grab stuff. Flowers and mushrooms. It seems your inventory was full. cool earlier. Earth gem. Nice. Virgin unknown. Need another. Another chest. We can go in the ocean. I'm trying to think of what else we could do. Don't need that. Don't need that. Let's go to the ocean. Oh, I haven't even been checking this. Oh, I'm happy singing here. I don't need some fancy label to tell me how to live. Didn't die. Okay, so I didn't get any of these. One of them has got to be around here. This is weird. At least I'm getting help. There's no food. And no thing. No, what's it called? Ain't right. Hmm. Like I'm missing it. I'll go get this. So slow. Did I not get even one of them? Makes no sense. It wouldn't be this close to it. Oh, at least I got a coffer. I'm looking like, what is happening? Yes, something? There's one. That is weird. I wonder if this one is through here then. Let's see, any food. And they couldn't have changed it that fast. I used to get all kind of food. We're gonna get this pom-pom crab, definitely. And there's another one over here. Crab, you better get out of that trash. You know I can't go through there. You're doing it. I know, low stamina. I'm trying to get this crab. It doesn't look like I'll be able to. That's fine. Let me get out of here. I got one. Doesn't make sense. Go ahead and take this with me. I mean, I could have still been in there. But I don't think I watered my plant. Yeah, they're not. Ooh, 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 ooh. There's Taco. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So we are going to hold on to the mask for the giant. Talk to him since we're here. After work, I usually just cook dinner or something. I don't know. Did that answer your question? I didn't ask, but okay. I don't really hang out at the tavern much. Sometimes I go to the lake if I need to unwind. You go there every morning. Yeah, at the lake every... I think this might be my last in-game day. Check message. No. Pretty sure both of those crabs are being donated, or not donated, sold. Can we see the octopus now? Or the lionfish? Hmm. Yep, it's already been done. Womp womp womp. Bong bong bong. Yeah. All right. I don't know what we can do for 16 energy. I guess we can run around the forest and forage. Trying to find fruits and vegetables. Oh, and I can try to find that old man. He would be inside. No. Too early in the day. He's always outside somewhere. Surprised I haven't met him yet. Let me go back. Oh no, it's blocked off. He's not there. There he is. Back to the observatory. He is Akiba. Is that you, Taro? I don't even know who Taro is. Oh. Haven't seen you before. Are you new here? That's that. Okay, that was worth it. Seeds. Anything can be an inspiration. Flowers, animals, life events. Might gift her canola. Hey, thanks. There was something up here. Actually, let me get over to the lake and the offering area. Back home. That. Oh, more cherries. We may as well keep running around, right? Closed off. my goodness. Let me make sure. You have to go. Alright, well, it was nice to see you again, Ramnu. Bye. This is not a good idea. Our butts to bed. Oh, we can make a recycling machine. Got more stamina and health and a skill point, and now we're one heart with Theo. More foraging and catching. And 225. Let's see what is gonna happen next time. Well, it's not raining. And nothing is harvestable yet, but the carrots are almost done. We'll be able to offer them. Alright, well that is where I'm gonna end it. It's only 9 o'clock. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out. Let me end this. And see you next time. Bye.